Good evening, Westbury family. Everyone, please take a seat. Thank you. Welcome to our Board of Education action meeting. Today is October 22nd. Trustee Pedro Quintanilla.
Present.
Trustee Michelle Wilson.
Present.
Trustee Dr. Ples Dickerson.
Present.
Vice President Floyd Ewing.
Present.
Board President Robert Troiano Jr.
Present.
Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you, District Clerk. Can I ask everybody to please stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silent reflection?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Before we move to commendations, and I see we've got some math athletes here that are going to show. They're going to.
Raise their hand.
They're anxious to show us how well they can use mathematics, and I've been told we can ask questions, but I'm not sure if I'll know the correct answers, so we'll have to rely on them. Before we do that, though, I just want to ask the board to approve the resolutions in Section 1, which are the minutes of September 10th, September 17th, sorry. Do I have a motion to approve resolutions IC and ID?
So moved.
1C and 1D, sorry.
So moved.
A motion by Vice President Ewing. Do I have a second? Oh, sorry. Trustee Quintanilla made the move.
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Ewing. It's been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. I'll now turn over the mic to our Superintendent, Dr. Tahira Dupree Chase.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Special welcome to our educators who are here, our administrators, our support staff, our team who are here. We know that you guys worked hard all day and that you found time to be with us in the evening, and so we are appreciative of your presence and your support. As our board president indicated a short while ago, we have some mathematicians here. Some of our youngest learners participated in our first annual Math Mania in June of 2024. Scholars from kindergarten through grade 5 displayed their problem-solving skills. It was absolutely a delight to watch. It was live streamed. Some of our families who are here were also there. Our principals who are in the audience, I know that they played a very integral role in the development and the success of Math Mania. I do want to shout out our district-wide chair for mathematics, Dr. Watt, as well as a team of math coaches. Is Dr. Watt here? I know, I see her. Dr. Watt, why don't you stand up so everyone can see who you are? And I'm going to ask you to come forward, Dr. Watt, because I'm going to need some help with these mathematicians because they are a bit intimidating.
We have a few math coaches here.
We do have math coaches who are here as well, who also help to bring this initiative to our school district. Where are you, math coaches? Stand up and show us who you are. Okay, I see Ms. Barbosa. Come on, let's go to the front.
Ms.
Yes, if you are a math coach, if you played any role in this, please, I ask for you to come forward to help us to celebrate our scholars. Come on, let's go. So I remember some time ago, Dr. Watt talking to me about Math Mania, and I will admit, said, let me give it to someone else to do. I didn't really know much about it. And I will tell you that it has been such a success and such a frenzy in our school district and an amazing opportunity for us to display how bright our scholars are. You know, there is a correlation between those who are sharp in mathematics and being a genius. And so we have little geniuses among us, Mr. Triano and board members of the board, who actually challenged me because they were showing off their math skills as they were sitting in their seats with their families. And so I said to our board president, ask them a question, and they told me that they can answer it. So, Mr. Triano, do you have a math problem for our young scholars? Oh, boy.
You know, who am I? We're doing the whole group?
No, just, let's see if they can get it. Let's see who's going to raise their hand and who's going to answer that question.
I was going to be like Jeopardy.
Parents, no help. I'm watching you. Some of you are at the edge of your seat. It is not for you.
Well, let's see if the parents can do it, actually. All right. The first question is, I need like a drum roll, right?
Let's go.
I like that. Whatever I say, it just happens like that. 3 times 3.
Oh,
Wow.
wow. All right, shout it out. Woo.
Vice President Ewing, you have a question?
Oh, boy.
What is the square root of
Oh,
1?
leave my babies alone. You leave these kids alone.
The square root of 1. No. What is
They want multiplication tonight.
8 times 7?
Shout it out.
Oh, wow.
Come on,
All
Mr.
right.
Ewan, you can do better than that. Any other board member? Multiplication? Tonight, we're going to focus on multiplication.
Sure. I'll
Trustee Wilson?
enter in. How about 12 times 12?
Ooh. Okay, we got some hands. I see some really young scholars with their hands up. Okay, shout it out. Come on, Miss Wilson, you got to do better than that.
Well, Michelle, is that right?
Yes.
You're sure? Okay.
So I'm going to give them a very difficult one. So you guys are ready? Boys and girls, ready? So 10 times 11 minus 10.
Their hands up.
All right,
Their
shout it
hands
out.
up. Shout it out.
What is it? That is right. All right.
Mr. Quintanilla, that was a good one. But this is what, there we go. When we have high expectations, ladies and gentlemen, you see that our scholars will rise to them. And they're demonstrating that tonight. Any other board members? Ms. Boland, I saw you. Do you have a multiplication problem for our scholars? And look at our proud math coaches and our math chair. They're just like, these kids got it. They're so proud of them. They know they got it. Let's go.
I have a real easy one. 12 times 5. Call it out.
I heard it. Mr. McGibbons, you cannot participate. I'm watching you. Don't do that. You cannot participate. We're going to have an adult math mania at another time with an adult spelling bee. It's been requested several times. All right, guys, shout it out. Dr. Dickerson, do you have a problem for our scholars? Oh, sorry.
How about 10 times 5?
10 times 5, 10 times 5. Okay, ready? Shout it out. They got it. Mathmania scholars, you have satisfied the requirements of the Board of Education in receiving your Mathmania certificate. But I'd like to give our math instructors, our coach, our leaders an opportunity if they'd like to say something before we honor our brilliant scholars.
At the mic, please.
The mic is up here. Dr. Watt, why don't you introduce your team? Like 50. He was here before he got a cookie. Remember? Does he want to? He has a cookie. You know, we have cookies. Oh, is this first time? I thought he was here before.
I can't hear.
Oh, I must have missed Shirley. Huh? I said, I've never met Shirley.
Shirley. Who's Shirley?
Oh,
That's Rachel. That's Rachel.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Board of Education. Good evening, Dr. Chase, district-wide district team. I just want to introduce you to the math coaches that are here tonight, and then I'll tell you a little bit about Mathmania and how it came to be and just how it happened here in June. So with me tonight are Ms. Cucciara from Powell's Lane, Ms. Gumbar from Drexel Avenue, Ms. Paquitas, Powell's Lane, Mr. Rogers from Baby School, Dryden Street, Ms. Millman from Drexel Avenue, and Ms. Barbosa from Park Avenue. So Mathmania was something we dreamt up. It came off of what we used to have called the Math Bee, which used to just be housed in each elementary school. We wanted it to be bigger and better than what we had before, and we hadn't done it in a few years district-wide, like in every building. So this team you see here, plus maybe 3 or 4 more math coaches, worked together as a team to design every single slide that was used in the classroom, in the building, and in the district-wide levels. That's a lot of math questions. If you're thinking of, you know, a competition where you could just go out and buy a package and then simply use it, this wasn't that. Mathmania was created here in Westbury by Westbury employees and for Westbury children. We tried to make sure that every question was rooted in the concepts that we thought were the big concepts for that grade, making sure that every single question was tied to a New York State standard. And that is a huge undertaking in itself. Now, when we brought it to the teachers, it was, whoa, what? These types of questions? But then when they gave it to their students, it was, oh my God, look what our children are doing. Then when they competed at the building level, class against class, or representative from one class against representative from the other classes, that was even more amazing. And then, of course, we put these beautiful little children on buses to the big school, the middle school, where they competed against students from other schools. That was an amazing day. They competed. I'm staring at you guys so you could give the nod like, yes, this really happened. They competed. They ate snacks, got trophies, ate cake, played with bubbles, chalk for the sidewalk. Yes, it was an amazing, amazing day. They had big kid lunches. in the middle school, and it was a wonderful day. So I thank you, children, for being brave enough to participate in this amazing competition. But I also thank the parents who stayed up late at night prepping these kids. I remember one little boy at Dryden. Do you remember that little boy that said, I practiced, and I'm gonna win. And then he won. So thank you, parents, for doing that work with our little mathematicians. And thank you, Dr. Chase. Thank you to the district administrative team for believing that we could do this and giving us the backing so that we can execute. Thank you. Thank you.
Before they are given their certificates, I'm going to ask you one more time to give it up for our Math Mania scholars. Loud, please, they deserve it.
Christopher Sanchez. Austin Cruz. Jamie Mendez.
Okay, fourth grade, Jason Asaguedo. And Anuns Joseph.
Our third grade winners, Mohammed Zaman and Chloe Tercios. Oh, and one more, Walter Furfino. Walter. Hi, Walter.
Our second grade winners were Sephora Khan, second grade, she is a second grade first place winner, to clarify. Our second place winner was Angel Eno. And the third place winner was Shireen Mendez.
Our first grade first place winner was Diego Hernandez Martinez. Our second place winner, Mohammed Ahil Mughal. And our third place winner, Catherine Mendez de Leon.
And then at Dryden Street, we have Afani Waka. One more time. Wakachuku? Did I say it right? Afani? Is he here?
Ifani Wachiku.
Dylan Zapata.
George Silas. And Ever Benvenides.
Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Give it to me.
Huh? I don't know. And the person he's talking about doesn't work for the district. I think he lives in the community. I don't know. Somebody used to abuse him.
Yep, I see him. Ms. Jagan, just wait. Next year, you'll be up here with us because we will be expanding Mathmania to the middle school. So you'll be up here with us next year. Again, families who are here, who are Mathmania recipients, award recipients, if you can stay, I'd like to just showcase just one more academic art excellence in our school district. And if you are an elementary school scholar, I think you would be inspired by one of our high schoolers who received a perfect score at NYSMA. I said perfect score. And Miss Nydia Keaveney, who is our district-wide chair for the Fine and Performing Arts, will talk a little bit about how challenging it is to attain a perfect score and also how proud we are of our own Mr. Armand. Stand up and show us who you are, honey. So just like our Mathmania scholars got to show off their math skills, Mr. Armand is going to show off his art talent. So I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Keaveney, who's going to talk a little bit about NYSMA and how we arrived here. There you go.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, Westbury community. Good evening, board. And good evening, Dr. Chase and the administration. I'm the district-wide Fine and Performing Arts Chair. I'm very proud to be the Fine and Performing Arts Chair for the Westbury School District. I'm also very honored and excited to congratulate Bradley Armand, who has been selected to play the tuba in the symphonic band for this year's 2024 NYSMA All-State Performing Ensemble in Rochester, New York. This event will take place December 5th through December 8th. Bradley is one of 8 tubists from New York State accepted into the All-State Symphonic Band, earning his seat by achieving that perfect score that Dr. Chase spoke about at the All-State Festival. This is a tremendous honor and remarkable achievement, especially it has been approximately 30 years since we've had a student attend NYSMA All-State. And for this prestigious event, Bradley is now actually eligible for All Eastern, and we are actually waiting eagerly for his results for that as well.
All right.
So he's not done just yet. Let me also speak about his accomplishments so far. He's been a member of the Westbury High School Symphonic Band, has also participated in the Nassau Symphonic Band, Nassau Music Educators Association, all-county bands, the Nassau Suffolk Wind Symphony, and the Metropolitan Youth Orchestra, which he was the only tubist in Nassau County selected for this prestigious orchestra. He's an amazing kid, isn't he? Yes. He is. And also, music and math tie in together, just so you know. So I just had to state that. So it kind of tied in very nicely that we did math and music together. All right, so I also would like to acknowledge the crucial support Bradley has received from his teacher, Miss Gagliardi, in the elementary level, Miss Edward Wilson from the middle school level, and Mr. Mike Rubenstein, who's actually attended tonight as his high school band phonic teacher, and helping him in his honor. I'd like to thank you, and let's give him one last round of applause before he makes his remarkable and plays a beautiful song that he's played at his NYSSMA solo. So let's welcome Bradley and Mr. Jonathan Waxman as his accompaniment. Thank you, Bradley. You did an amazing job. Amazing. I can't.
Amazing. Excellent, Bradley. You know, at the Westbury School District, we are focused on the AAA. We are focused on academics, which you saw today with our Math Mania scholars. We are focused on the arts, where you saw with Mr. Bradley. And we're also focused on the athletics, and you're probably hearing in the background a very lively game taking place. Our school district is an amazing place to teach, learn, and grow, and you saw examples of that today. You see, the academics is what intellectualizes our babies, but it's the arts that humanizes them. And so we value the art, the academics, as well as the athletics. Do you want me to go into this report? Okay. So I'm just going to go into, while I have the floor, I'm just going to go into the superintendent's report. I do want to thank Dr. Watt and her team of math coaches for bringing to our school district Math Mania and making it what it is. It is a signature initiative, and I can't wait to see this year's Math Mania. And again, I want to thank Ms. Nydia Keaveney and her team for your hard work in what we see in Bradley, right? We've got a lot of Bradleys in our school district, and here's just one shining example of what our scholars can do. And that's when you have high expectations, they will rise to it. So thank you all for that. And while I'm saying, and while I'm giving thanks, as if it's Thanksgiving already, I want to thank the dads who came out yesterday. As you know, our school district, you can, go ahead, let's give it up for our men. In September, we typically participate in a national movement, a national call to action, if you will, of Dads Take Your Child to School. We postponed the date for Dad Take Your Child to School to October. The principals and I met, and we thought that this would be the best day, and it was the most perfect day, principals. The weather was amazing. The dads came out, and you know that when things are postponed, sometimes you don't get the same energy when it's postponed, but these dads brought the energy. Our fathers came out, our uncles came out, our coaches came out, our stepdads came out, our granddads came out. Significant males in the life of a child came out to take a child to school, but not just drop them off, but to stay and to participate in the activities that were designed at each school. So thank you, principals, for welcoming our fathers and for celebrating them and uplifting them and empowering them and just reminding them of how important their role is in the life of a Westbury scholar. And to the dads who are listening, thank you. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for showing up and showing out and being there. And we can't wait to continue to greet you throughout the school year. The looks on the scholars' faces when they saw their dads come in and their uncles and stepdads, and some scholars who were just dropped off and they may not have had their dad with them at that moment because maybe the dad was, working or what have you. There were other dads that grabbed kids, and it was just wonderful to see that. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Again, Westbury showed up and showed out. I want to remind our community that once again, we will host the Saturday Wins What I Need on Saturday Academy. We are a school district that's focused on keeping our buildings open 6 days a week, where we are educating our scholars. We found it to be highly successful for the past 3 years, and we made sure that this was a budgetary item for the 4th year. And so on November 2nd, at Powell's Lane Elementary Schools, where we'll host Wins Academy. I want to thank Ms. Messiaen and the team of educators who will be coming to our school district on a Saturday through June to educate our scholars in STEAM and the arts. If you are interested in enrolling your child in our wildly popular Saturday Academy, please go to our website, and it's also on our social media, and you can also reach out to Ms. Messiaen as well. I also want to remind our community that on November 5th, which is Election Day, our school district will transition to remote learning for scholars. Our educators will be here, but our scholars will be at home learning remotely. Our schools will be used for polling sites, and we thought it's a good idea to keep our scholars home while our schools will have community members and residents visiting the building. Education will happen, learning will take place. Each scholar in our school district has a Chromebook, has a device, so that he or she will access the learning on November 5th. If you have any questions, you may please reach out to your child's teacher or your child's principal. Almost completes my report tonight. I have one more thing. You probably see this display behind me of board members, of their picture. Last week was New York State School Board Recognition Week. And we're going to take a couple of moments today to recognize our school board members, all 7 of them. School board members volunteer their time. They don't get paid to do this work, to ensure the governance of our school district, to make sure that they set the vision for our school district, and of course, we who work here execute it. And so each year, New York State School Board Association spends 1 week in recognizing school boards for their hard work. Many of our school board members have their own families in which, they're responsible for, and their own jobs, and so many other things that are going on in their lives. But our school board members, our 7 members, take the time to spend with us, to be at our board meetings, to sit with my cabinet and I, to talk about what's in the best interest of our educators, our scholars, our families, and our community. And so I'd like to take a few moments to recognize our board members. So please indulge me for a moment. So I'm going to walk up to the front because we have certificates. I'm going to embarrass them a little bit. And if you go to our social media, you probably each day last week noticed that we featured a different board member. The question to each board member is, what is your why? You don't get paid to do this. Why do you do this? What are you getting out of this? They're not running for president of the United States. Most of them are not. So it's not the aspiration. They don't want to be the superintendent. I don't think y'all want that. No. Dr. Dickerson, never again. You don't want that mess. So why do you do this work? And so I asked them in your own words to tell me why. And here's what Dr. Dickerson said. Upon reflection, I am deeply aware of the countless experiences that have shaped my life's purpose. He talked about his time here at Westbury. He talked about his time as a principal for 18 years and now as a school board trustee for 19 and also served as a superintendent. He talked about being an educator and how being an educator, he gave so much. And he realized that as a board member, it is his duty to give back. He says, in part, being part of the Westbury Union Free School District and this community for the past 49 years has been one of the greatest blessings of my life. It's here that I've been able to plant seeds of change and witness them bloom into opportunities that I only once dreamed of. Dr. Dickerson, we recognize you and we acknowledge you. Please come up to get your certificate. Leave Ms. Boland alone with her clapping hands. NYSBA, the New York State School Board Association, honors Dr. Pless Dickerson for dedication, leadership in public education, and continuing service to the children of his community for the past 49 years. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
I'll catch a cold. Look at Dr. D. Looking good. Pedro Quintanilla was asked the same question. Why do you do this? He said, okay, they're making fun of each other. Excuse them. My 9 years of service on the school board is rooted in my personal and professional success due to the community, the educators, and his mother. In part, Mr. Quintanilla says, I strive to pay it back through service and advocacy for the best education Westbury can provide to all of our scholars. Mr. Quintanilla, we thank you for your service, for your time, for your energy, and your commitment to equity and excellence. Please come get your certificate. The New York State School Board Association recognized Pedro A. Quintanilla for dedication, leadership in public education, and continuing service to the children of his community.
Thank you.
Floyd Ewing III. Floyd T. Ewing III. I'm that way with my A. Floyd talked about being extremely proud to be an alum of Westbury High School. He says, my experiences at Westbury School District truly shaped me in providing a sense of purpose, a sense of self, a sense of confidence, and the impetus to challenge myself to pursue my dreams. In part, he says, I want each and every scholar who walks through the halls to have the same confidence to pursue their dreams, aspiration, and goals, as well as the same belief that they can accomplish anything their hearts desire. Mr. Ewing, thank you for being a powerful force on the board, for being our vice president, and for being a wonderful supporter of our scholars and a wonderful cheerleader. The New York State School Board Association recognizes Floyd T. Ewing III for dedicated leadership in public education and continuing service to the children of his community. Robin L. Bolin. Robin L. Bolin coined the phrase, Westbury love is real love. She says that she is truly a child of the village, Westbury educated and Newcastle raised me. She speaks wholeheartedly about her mom and dad, Robert and Lucille, and what they meant to her and how they instilled a sense of service. In part, Robin Bolin says, my why is the love Westbury gave me as a child, a student, a Girl Scout, a teammate, a friend, and a church member. The pioneers of this community showed me what true love looks like, feels like, and I will never stop loving my Westbury Newcastle. I've given back in service as a troop leader and a PTA mom officer while my children attended Westbury schools, leading by example. I am proud to say they both continue to serve their communities as well. If not me, then who? Robin Bolin. The New York State School Boards Association. Give me that.
Thank you, thank you.
The school board.
Can I have it? Hit it.
She cheers for everyone else, so we should cheer for Robin. The New York State School Board Association recognizes Robin L. Bolin for dedicated leadership in public education and continuing service to the children, we call them scholars, of her community. Miss Michelle Wilson. Another alum of Westbury Union Free School District who once sat in the very seat of today's scholars. In part, Ms. Wilson says that it is both an honor and a privilege to now serve the Westbury community. She says, my journey through this district has profoundly shaped who I am, and my motivation as a school board member stems from a deep desire to ensure that future generations receive an even better educational experience than I did. Ms. Wilson, thank you for having high expectations of excellence for our scholars. You are appreciated. New York State School Boards Association recognizes Michelle A. Wilson. These board members are not playing with these middle initials. I don't blame them. For dedicated leadership in public education and continuing service to the children of her community. Congratulations. Even though he isn't here, we're still going to give a shout out to Rodney Keynes because he is still giving service to his community. Now, Rodney is the only one who put his graduating class on here.
but he is a proud 1993 graduate of Westbury Union Free School District. He says, "I have a deep appreciation for the education and social experiences that I receive." He said, "Because of this, I remain forever committed to the scholars and residents of Westbury community, dedicated to providing the highest quality education and fiscally responsible opportunities." He is passionate about what he does. And I see people in the audience like, yes, he is. Mr. Keynes, we appreciate you. We thank you for all that you have done and will continue to do for the Westbury School District. Last but certainly not least, our board president. He was asked the same question. His answer was, "Because I want to run for president one day." But he also gave me another answer that's more appropriate for this occasion. He said, "As a son of Westbury, and he is also a graduate, I am eternally grateful for the support given to me in time and treasure by the village elders of the time. Service to the Westbury community is my way of reciprocating by paying my blessings forward to the children of our time." Spoken by our board president. You now know the why of each board member. Mr. Troiano, President Troiano, New York State School Board Association recognizes and honors Robert Troiano. Where's the middle initial? I didn't do that. They sent it to me this way. Jr., for dedicated leadership in public education and continuing service to the children of his community. President Troiano. Oh, no more. Okay. Class picture. I'll take your picture first and I'll join. No. All right, and then I'll jump in the middle. O'Neill and Ms. Barnett. And Miss Beverly.
Yes, Miss Beverly. Yes, you. Come on.
Come on. Beverly, let's go. Mr. Poppin, administrators who are here, you're all are being requested. The administrators who are here, yes. Come and join the fun. I don't think that you're here for nothing. Have we all fit in? Yes.
I sent Alexa your picture.
I'm not unruly child. I'm not unruly child.
I sent Alexa your picture.
Was brought to my attention that one of our Mathmania scholars just arrived, and I want to give this scholar his just due. Mr. Ever Benavides. Let me tell you something about little Ever. Such confidence. Besides just being absolutely adorable, Ever's one of our Mathmania. Can please come up? Okay, yes. Okay, so, you know, the Dryden team has to come up too. Absolutely. And I think we should put Ever through the same thing the other Mathmania scholars went through. At least one question. Can we do one? We understand he's in first grade, but you did well by him in kindergarten. I think he can handle it. What do you guys think? Can you answer a math question? Okay. Are you good with multiplication? Good with multiplication? Hold on. Give the baby a chance. So Ever says, Dr. Chase, my superpower is addition. So, right? So because his superpower is addition, I'm just going to ask him one question because we're putting you on the spot and you just look so cool. Like your collar's all popped up and everything. He's just so cool. Look at this guy, right? Ever, you are getting an award for being a wonderful mathematician. We're going to keep it simple, Mr. Rogers. Because I know it's late, you came in, you're just going to, you graced us with your presence, and you're going to just usher out of here really quickly. I don't know. What's 10 plus 10?
20.
Hold up your certificate. Hold up your certificate. And Ms. Dingwall. Ever's in first grade now. Oh, look at that smile. Oh, Mama's here, that's why. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for bringing him. We appreciate you. Whew. So that concludes my report tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Chase, for the report and for the recognition. We appreciate that. We'll now open up the mic to any questions or comments anybody in the audience has about tonight's agenda or anything impacting the school district.
Good evening, all.
Good
Board
evening.
President, board members, Central Administration Cabinet. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank
I'm sorry, we all know who you are, but just for the record, can you give
that's
your name
right.
and address?
Chiquita Combs, 262 Grand Boulevard. I'd like to take an opportunity to thank my clerical unit, especially those unit members that are located in the White House. For the past month, I don't know if everybody knows that the White House has undergone a roof renovation. And I don't know if anybody's ever lived through a roof renovation for 4 weeks. And I want to thank them for their consideration, their patience, because I understand the noise level was a little, especially during their work hours. So I do want to thank the clerical unit for withstanding the renovation on our historic White House. Thank you.
Good evening. Chester McGibbon, 502 Alicia Drive. Mr. President, I will try to be as deliberate and as clear as I possibly can, because it has been brought to my attention that some of you don't understand me when I speak or try to speak, but I believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion. So here we go. Mr. President, Westbury has signed on to be a part of Governor Hochul's pro-housing communities. Some of us are having accepted that grant to that effect. Some of us are aware of the highlights of this program, which includes the building of 15,000 units by 2035. Other aspect of this program is to make cellars and basement apartments legal, to streamline the Section 8 program, and to increase the cap of the space on the roof for families. Now, there are concerns that this might impact the social infrastructure of our community, including the increase in property taxes, and hence maybe impacting our school budgets. My question is the board a part of this conversation? Are you at the table when these decisions are being made? And what's the board's position on this? What do you think? Will we have to do a restructuring of our various plans for the future, budgetary-wise? I just want to hear your take on it.
I'm sorry, did you say at the beginning of your question that we had signed on to the governor's program?
Westbury is a part of the governor's pro-housing communities now.
Well, the whole state is.
Westbury.
Okay, Westbury in particular?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what you're referring to. Westbury, as the school district, has not signed on, nor has it been asked to sign on to any program.
So you're
offered by
not
the
at the
governor?
table for these discussions?
I'm sorry?
Westbury School Board has not been included in the conversation where this decision was made.
Yeah, no school district is involved in any discussion about a housing plan that the governor may or may not propose to the state legislature. That'll be decided up in Albany. But as far as I know, and I may not be up to date, the governor has withdrawn all of her plans certainly till post-election.
So you're not aware that we are now part of the pro-housing community?
No, I don't know. You'll have to define for me what you mean by we and part of.
The school board
is part of?
Are you at the table when these decisions were being made? Because we are now part of the pro-housing housing community as outlined or by the governor, and we accepted that grant?
I'm not.
Westbury community.
I don't know. I am not aware of that. Maybe Dr. Chase or Ms. O'Neill can provide more information, but I'm not aware of that.
I am not aware of that, but we will look into that as soon as possible. And I'll let you know, Mr. President.
And you may want to speak with the mayor because that's part of his agreement.
That's part of what?
He signed on to that, and that has been in the paper. It has been discussed at village meetings, and I'm a bit surprised that you were not at the table when these decisions were being made.
I guess I'd have to say I'm surprised as well. And as you know, I'm also a member of the North Hempstead Town Council, and the Town Council came out with a letter in opposition to the governor's plan. And not because we don't believe that there's a lack of housing or that we don't need more affordable housing, we do. But the governor's plan took away local control, took it away from towns, took it away from villages, and most governmental bodies on Long Island were in opposition to the proposal for just that reason. In the village of Westbury, though, they have a very aggressive transit-oriented development program, which is what the governor is touting, but the mayor felt like that belonged in the hands of local villages and towns, and he was also in opposition to it. So when you say that the mayor has signed on, I don't know exactly what it is you're referring to or what the mayor has signed on to.
Well, it may.
And by the way, and let me just also add that towns and villages and cities on Long Island have their own zoning and building codes, and that's who would be affected by any plan passed by the state legislature. School districts don't have any zoning, don't have any building codes, and so we wouldn't be part of that conversation.
No, I'm just saying if we're going to build 15,000 units by 2035, it will affect the school's budget, property taxes, and all of that. So I think it might behoove you to reach out, find out we are now a part. We accepted the grant, and the things I stated that might impact the social infrastructure will be a fact. So you might want to apprise yourself of that.
Mm-hmm. Sure, and just keep in mind that the village of Westbury is already doing exactly what the governor has asked for. So no matter what the governor's plan might include, it wouldn't expand upon what the village is already doing. And we have had discussions with the village about its plan, and we understand it to be revenue generating for the Westbury School District.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just for clarification, could you give us information even afterwards of where you found that information so we can look it up?
It's called Pro Housing Communities. 15,000 units should be built by 2035.
In Westbury alone?
Westbury, on state-owned properties, state-owned lands. It is signed, the mayor signed onto it, and I'm surprised that you're not aware of it.
Yeah. I'm just, where would we find that? Where is it located? What is it called?
Call the mayor.
Fellow board members, there is a website called the hrc.newyork.gov /PHC. I'll be happy to send you the link that talks about the Pro Housing Community Program, which is a statewide program that the governor has proposed in the past. That's the extent of what I can share with you that I know.
Yes, and I'm not aware of any state-owned properties within the Westbury School District.
Okay, thank you. Just that I was at a village meeting and I was made to understand that the school board is aware of it. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Good evening again. Chiquita Combs, 262 Grand Boulevard. In regards to tonight's agenda, 6Q annual appointments for family and community engagement liaisons. From what I understand, the individuals who are being appointed tonight, that location is over in the Central Registration Office at Dryden Street School. And coming in as liaisons, I'm questioning the hourly rate of pay and the 19.5 hours per week. I would like to know, how did we come up with this hourly rate for liaisons and the work hours of 19.5? What is it comparable to and what is it based on? That's 6Q, page 30 of 63.
Just quickly, it's part-time?
It is part-time hours.
And the rate is based on?
I'd have to look, I can't get to it, that's what I'm trying to do.
So, Ms. Combs?
Yes.
While Ms. O'Neill is just finding one other thing, obviously, those are part-time hours. It's a part-time employee. And as you know, when it comes to personnel matters, we're kind of limited in what we can
Of
share
course, of
publicly.
course.
You do know that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. O'Neill is just going to give you the justification for the hourly rate as best as she can. But I think we're going to have to limit personnel discussions to just that.
Okay, we don't have to
Respectfully.
mention any names. No problem.
Respectfully.
No problem.
Can you go back into, it's not letting you. Get into Word document. Oh, so it's not just me, okay.
It's just concerning that I have unit members that have been on the job for 3, 4, 5 years. And this is a little bit above what a normal clerical employee. Now, if it's based on clerical hours, that wouldn't be 19.5, that would be 17 and a half hours.
Pause 1 second.
Is this
Let me just
instruction?
answer. No, this is not a clerical, this is not a civil service position.
Understandable.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
I believe it's civil service.
What is it based on?
That I don't know. Dr. Bloom did this. I don't know.
Okay, but this is not a clerical position.
No. It's
No.
not part of the clerical unit.
No.
So, Ms. Combs, just so that we don't get too far into a topic where our legal advisors will begin to nudge me because it's not appropriate to talk about personnel matters, this is not a clerical, so we can't compare a clerical to what this position calls for in terms of the rate of pay. And while you do have clerical workers who've been here for a very long time and they're doing an amazing job, we can't compare the two because they're not the same. And the hours that I shared with you is based on part-time hours.
And the work that they would be doing would be exactly what?
You mean the
exactly
job
would they be
description
doing?
of the FACE liaison?
Correct.
So we've had a FACE liaison in the school district for quite some time. In fact, you had one well before I arrived. The work will be no different from the work that was done by the previous person. And that person is going to be the, I guess, the conduit, if you will, to the community and the school district. That person will be out in the community. That person will bring information from the community to the school district so that we can better serve the community. And that person will also be sort of our messenger, if you will, to the community from the school district. And again, that position has been in existence for a very long time. So it's not a new position at all.
Will they have access to the school systems, the student database?
So you're asking me now, we're getting into personnel matters?
Okay.
And so I'm just going to respectfully
No problem.
decline answering your question.
Okay.
Is there
All right,
anything
thank
else?
you.
Okay, have a good one.
Are Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none.
Dr. Chase,
we-
I do have a follow-up comment to the question asked by Ms. Chiquita Combs. I believe that there was a posting for these positions that we hire for, correct? And anyone from the public, including employees, could have applied for those positions if they had an interest in those positions? Is that correct?
That is accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Can I respond to the?
I think I responded already.
Well, can I respond to him because he was replying to my
But he
question.
said Dr. Chase. You know
Oh, I thought
Chiquita, we're
he
not going to
said-
get it. He didn't say
I thought
Chiquita
he
and
said
Dr.
Ms.
Chase.
Combs.
No, I
The
said
question
Dr.
at Ms.
Chase.
Combs.
I'm
He said
sorry.
Dr.
Oh,
Chase,
I'm
the
sorry.
other C.
I'm sorry.
I was
I
just
already
addressing
responded.
that you had
Thank you
asked
for
the question.
supporting me, Chiquita, but I think I got it. I appreciate it.
Okay. Seeing no other comments or questions, we're going to move to the voting part of tonight's agenda. And I'd like to point out that item 6C is in Charlie and 6V is in Victor, have been withdrawn by the superintendent. And I'm going to ask in a moment for a vote to approve the entire agenda with the exception of items 6K and 6P. But before we get to that, included in section 6 of tonight's agenda are some new hires. And some of them are here today, and we wanted to acknowledge and recognize them and give them a Westbury welcome. They include Daniela Galimi, if I'm saying that correctly. Daniela, please stand. Danielle, I saw you weren't too happy about being asked to stand, but you know, you also have to give us a speech now, so. No, okay. What did she say?
She said, was it a joke? I said, no.
All right, so Daniela, we're hiring another school psychologist tonight, and we're going to see if she's ready to give her speech, all right? Allegra Maxwell. Come on up, Allegra. No, okay. We'll have, is that your daughter? I can't quite see. Maybe your daughter will give us a speech. All right. Is she ready to do 3 times 3? Okay. Well, bring it to Westbury, okay? She'll have that. Then.
She said 9.
No! Welcome, Daniela and Allegra. We also have with us Elvia Lodati. Am I saying that correctly? I don't know. Do you bring them everywhere you go? That's nice. Congratulations. We haven't quite voted yet, but we're about to.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I just wanted to correct you on the spelling. It's Elvia, not Elvia.
Okay. It's not the spelling, it's my poor pronunciation, but thank you.
You're welcome.
We are also hiring 2 TAs who are badly needed. They're not here tonight. Andrea Enriquez and Lydia Idavaya Johnson. And Pedro, I'm going to need your help here again. Joining Elvia is, and she's not here, but she's going to be another
Elvia.
face liaison.
Mamma mia.
Sarah Fuentes?
I don't have the spelling in front of me. Can you spell it for me? And I'll be
Oh,
happy with the
okay.
pronunciation.
You failed. S-A-I-R-A, help me.
Saida,
just like I said, thank you. And then I'm going to turn the mic over to our principal of Dryden Street School, Gloria Dingwall, acting like she's surprised and not ready to speak. I'm going to ask her to come down because she's going to come get the mic anyway. And she's going to say a few words, maybe a lot of words, about one of our tenure candidates, Christina. And Christina, please forgive me, Lordai?
Wait, they have horns?
Lordal. Oh,
They have horns?
Good evening, Board Trustees and Superintendent Dr. Dupree Chase. It gives me great pleasure to speak on behalf of Christina. Where is Dr. Morales? And let me take this opportunity to thank you for assigning Dr. Morales to Dryden Street School. Dr. Morales and I are jointly presenting her with this bouquet of flowers for her outstanding service to our school community. You may recall we were the first elementary school to have an electronic bulletin board, and that was in part due to the work of Christina on a committee which enabled us to win the Colgate National Contest. She continues to work on committees in our school. She's a PLC leader. She works with Dr. Bloom on the PLC Governance Committee. She was also the classroom teacher of one of our Math Mania kindergarten students. She's committed to student achievement. She's also a cheerleader for everything about Dryden, and we love her. So thank you for this opportunity. She's a good investment for the Westbury community. I thank you. She's very shy. I'm working on that. She won't
Christina,
come.
please
I'll go
come
with
up.
her. Westbury, meet Christina, teacher extraordinaire.
Thank you, school board. Thank you, Dr. Chase, Ms. Barnett, and Mrs. Dingwall, Dr. Morales, and all of my teaching friends and colleagues. This is a great accomplishment, and I'm really, truly honored. Thank you so much.
We're going to really work with it. Thank you.
So Lisa's going to get her picture. Lisa, just an individual picture so we can put on the collection. Okay.
So Christina, coming to an electronic message board near you will be a picture of you and your having been awarded tenure tonight. So look for it. Okay, District Clerk and board members, please help me here, make sure I call this out correctly. I want to ask for a motion for all of the resolutions. I'm sorry, before I do that, actually, let me just note that Trustee Bowling left about 30 minutes ago. She was here for the majority part of the meeting. She had to leave to go to handle a personal matter. May I now have a motion to approve as a block vote all of the resolutions in sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 13, with the exception of 6C and 6V, which have been withdrawn, and also with the exception of 6K and 6P. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
The motion has been moved by, I believe, Trustee Wilson, and seconded by Trustee Quintanilla. It's been moved and seconded. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. You're not quite there yet, okay? So we've had a motion to approve voting as a block all of the items I just mentioned. May I now have a motion to approve all of the items mentioned in the previous resolution, including the hiring of Daniela, Allegra, Elvia, and the granting of tenure to Christina. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations to all of you. Okay, I'm now going to ask for a motion to approve item 6K. Do I have a motion? I'm sorry, can I do this, Council? Can I have a motion to approve items 6K and 6P? I would do them separately. Okay, can I have a motion to approve item 6K?
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Ewing. Do we have a second? That was Dr. Dickerson. Do we have a second? Thank you. I saw that cough. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
I will abstain from this vote because there is someone that's in this resolution that has family ties to myself.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. May I have a motion to approve item 6P?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Moved by Vice President Ewing, seconded by Trustee Quintanilla. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
I'm abstaining for the same reasons I stated previously.
Thank you. Dr. Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Do we need to vote on 6B and 6C since they've been withdrawn? Okay. Okay, we don't need to vote on either 6C or 6V. They were withdrawn by the superintendent prior to the meeting. May I have a motion to go in executive session to discuss an item of personnel? I anticipate there will be an executive session for no longer than 11 o'clock, probably earlier than that. When we come out of executive session, there will be no other votes tonight other than to vote to adjourn for the evening. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Been moved by Vice President Ewing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Quintanilla. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all, and good night.
Mr. Triano? Ready to go.
Good evening. Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Been moved by Trustee Quintanilla. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Ewing. Ayes.
Aye.
Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Triano, vote aye. Please note that Dr. Dickerson came with us to executive session, but he had to leave early. He probably left around 9:30. Can I have a motion to adjourn for the evening?
So moved.
Been moved by
Second.
Vice President Ewing, seconded by Trustee Quintanilla. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Triano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Good night, everybody, and thank you.